Let's see. Testing. Turn on the music. Testing, 1, 2, testing. Let me check on Scott. Let me switch my okay. How's my hold on. Let me no. Hold on. There we go. Hello, welcome to the stream. Alright. Thank you, Harvey. Thank you, Harvey, for deleting that spam message. Thank you for that. And hello, Scott, in the chat. Greetings and salutations to you as well. Alright. Time for more Ace Attorney. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are still in the middle of investigating for, the, scientist dude. He owed me a nickel. What? How dare you? Too bad. No nickels for you. Let me get the game up. Damn. Oh my god. Okay, got the music stopped. I'm gonna be professional. I still need to get like I don't know what it's called. Like a layout kind of thing. Just so then the chat isn't like floating right on top of the gameplay. You know, be a little bit more professional looking for a streamer who only streams once a week. Let me think, what else are we doing in this chapter? Yeah. Plus I want something that just kind of like, how do I put it? So then it's like the gameplay is in just like a smaller screen kind of thing, and then it's like my character, you know, goes about here, and then have the chat and stuff like around here-ish, you know, simple setup sort of thing, you know? But so then my big ass head doesn't get in the way of some stuff. And yeah, I need to do that. But I'm forgetful. I'm only just now trying to upload my old streams onto YouTube, because I have too many of them on my computer, so I'm like, okay, if I upload them to YouTube, then I can delete them off my computer, and then they'll be on YouTube. It's fine. However, I'm pretty far back, and still got a lot more to do, because I've only just now finished uploading all of the Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc streams to YouTube. So yeah, that's how far I've gotten. Yeah. I need to keep at it. I just am forgetful. And the thing was, I was like, oh, what should I do? Because the last stream for the first game of Danganronpa, we had finished up all the, yeah, Ace Attorney stuff will be after the second Danganronpa game. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot. trying to think. I lost my train of thought. So I kind of was stopped for a bit because I was like, oh, how do I do that? Because the end of the, like, finally got through all, like, the friendship stuff at the end of the first Danganronpa game, and then we had, still in the same stream, started playing Danganronpa 2. And I was like, oh, should I try to, like, cut it so that it's a separate video and stuff? But I kind of gave up, and I was just like, fuck it, just put the whole thing. Put the whole thing up there. Just so that I can just get it off my computer. So I can save room on my computer, because my computer is overloaded with old videos from streams. So I need to offload a lot of that. So I'm working on that a bit, so yeah. Follow me on subscribe to the Darko Prez YouTube. I think that's what I'm called. The Darko Prez, yes. That is my YouTube. Follow me on the YouTubes. Yeah, but they are expensive. That's the thing. It's like they're still like can be like $100 or something, and I'm just like, don't wanna. I'm not that professional yet, you know? I'm not that professional. And even I think there's some of my streams are just lost forever because I think the video got corrupted or something. And I didn't know that until just recently for some of them, and I'm like, oh well, there's gonna be missing parts. Yay! Oh well. I'm just casual. I'm a casual streamer. I'm not a professional in any sort of way. I am very unprofessional. If I decide ever to do more like streaming during the week and stuff, then maybe I'll, you know, put more money and effort into stuff, but I'm pretty lazy. Yay. Anyway, right now, so we are investigating for the dude, the guy who's like an Einstein dude, but he's not actually German, he's actually English, and he's friends with Lord Van Zeeks, and we're trying to find more about Lord Van Zeeks, because apparently he didn't used to be the way that he is now, back in like when he was in college. So we're trying to find stuff about that. So we've come to where Sholmes is, which is basically Madame Tussauds wax figure museum, where he is working. He seems to be working part-time as a wax figure, and by that I mean he's just standing in the same pose, standing as still as he possibly can, because, you know, of course he is. Anyway, let's continue that. So that was fun. Okay. So we're just getting right back into the investigating part, because, yeah. Temporary waxwork. Trying to get my voice all ready, maybe? I don't know. What do you mean by temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibit here. Catching these criminals in the act. Catching them? Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of those blaze and adapt a new pose to ensnare. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph of us. Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money! Yeah, gotta get that bank. He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent, and I have been various items to consider. Ravenous?
Oh, Hurley, I'm so hungry.
If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruto. What's he threatening to rope me into now? So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Mr. Naruto, ignore me at your peril. Okay, back to being a waxwork again. Is it just me, or did his final remarks there sound a lot like a curse? Okay, something to ask you. Well, what is it that you'd like to ask me then? Actually, it's about Lord Van Zeeks. Ah, friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust. Right, he was, attacked, apparently, on the street. And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I had learned. About Lord Van Zeeks, about Professor Hairbrain, right, Professor Hairbrain, or defendant, person we are representing, Hairbrain, so funny. And about the strange coincidence that they had been at university together. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zeek such a different person.
I'm sure that you'd know, Hurley.
You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before. That something was afoot, and that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly claimed up. Well, it seems we reached the... greetings. Greetings? Oh, hello. Oh, hello? Where did she appear from? And what's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious? I hope you are appreciating my museum. Sorry? Have we... Mr. Sholmes, do you know this... Thanks. Not again! My apologies. I am Esmeralda Tespels. This is my museum of waxworks. What? You're the Madame Tespels? Bien sûr. Though only 26 years old, 26 years young, I might add. Is that significant somehow? I am a madame in name only. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi. Right. Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks, or rather, one waxwork in particular. That'll be Mr. Sholmes, then. I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Yeah, you could say that. Oh. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble. Oh my gosh. Now we got a witch, we got a leprechaun, the vampire, we got Albert Einstein, Mr. Hairbrain, and we got a witch. Oh.
She sounds deadly serious.
That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zeeks now?
Let's not forget what Hurley said before about something being afoot right here in the museum, I mean.
Yes, I know, but...
I'm so curious. I want to know what's happening here.
Haven't we got enough on our plate already? Okay, let's talk waxworks. Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Tespels? I did. I am the third generation of waxwork artisans, you know.
Gosh!
It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were secure, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. But that is when she acquired the several affair that leads to the astonishing likenesses.
All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more than Hurley.
What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled. In the hours immediately following their executions, that is a secret to the extraordinary lifelikeliness. That sounds terrifying. All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade per excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see. Ugh, why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying? Do not fear. Sorry? This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians, something for every taste, I hope. It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it.
Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things.
Okay, get the detective. What's the situation with that? My temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposition, a business proposal. Oh, what sort of proposal? My dear madame, what these sparse exhibits needs is the addition of a world-famous great detective. Or what's to that effect? Naturally, I am well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective. It's good detective, actually. He's very specific about it. Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we weren't able to agree terms. Let me guess, someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services? For a mere £500. I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment. Oh, what's to that effect? Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch. Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead. Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing, though, does he? I would think not, but he was very insistent. Oh, so he... that wasn't even what she was planning on having him do. Because he doesn't need to be standing there in the exhibit. He could just be standing, around, just waiting around for people to come in and be like, hello, it is me, Detective Herlock Sholmes. Would you like to take a picture with me, with these wonderful waxworks? It's, 1 shilling or whatever he was kind of going with, but, he doesn't have to be pretending to be a waxwork. I have a 50 shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning. Oh, what's to that effect?
It's the pawnbroker. That's what it is. He must have something to redeem.
Is the consulting detective work not going so well? Okay, I have something afoot. I wonder, could I ask you something? Bien sûr. I'm just curious, is there anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Ooh. Whoever suggested such a thing to you? Oh, well, it was... Oh, he's gone! Your temporary waxwork over there, who mentioned it to me a little... Oh, he's disappeared! Wax metal is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. Ah, There you are!
Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working. Do you wish to be melted down?
My dear Madame Tispels, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's all ideas about your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police.
Why ever not?
She's turned as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective, whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though please be aware that I prefer... No, I insist upon payment in advance.
Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we?
Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain?
That is the spell special exhibit. There's an extra charge to see it.
Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. You must have picked a special caroler then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder?
Absolutely none. There's nothing amiss behind there.
It's a mannequin. Definitely a mannequin. Yeah, it's a wax figure. Nothing amiss, madame. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain?
Ah.
I shall encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens.
Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only as a soup cone. Soup cone?
Second? Like second? Soup cone. I don't know what the pronunciation for that particular type of C is. I'm not familiar with that. I'm assuming it means second, but she's just saying it in the French sort of way. Number 139. I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. The spell special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however, is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor. Assuming that's a waxwork. Well, then perhaps Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor, is the ruthless killer himself. Afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman, not even a waxwork, in fact. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. So allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit.
Why would you say that?
And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime.
Ah!
She looks as pale as candle wax.
I don't understand.
So, Madame Tispels, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Okay. Game is a fight. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds.
That is all my own money.
That doesn't really look like money, but okay. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Not as much as the involuntary glance you cast. It would seem Madam dispels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes will now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notice. I'm gonna say nope. Waxwork for sale. Your business has its hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer the centerpiece of your special exhibit, the sum of 200 pounds. Now let's explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It appears the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Fortunately, madame, keeping secrets doesn't appear to be your forte. What dealt the man with such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds! It appears that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of 200 pounds. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an extraordinary amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result, the scene was we see before us. He collapsed in shock. Yes, the killer in the special exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. That makes no sense. Alright. Waxwork location. Question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let's consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. Such is worn by police as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact, the Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? Yeah, that's a wax figure. The Bobby that's sitting asleep next to him, though, that's a real person. The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. But next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with that particularly unsightly visage. That's a little rude. I've been watching closely, and he hasn't moved a muscle, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. He's not. It's a show. That please, dude. Oh man, that'd be great if it was. But your action only confirms my suspicions. The suspicions, madame. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe! The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. 2 pence, a tragically low price, you might say. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman for exorbitant 200 pounds. No, I think the sweater, not the sweater, the scarf is 3. No, we saw him in the beginning of this game. We haven't seen him, yeah. We haven't seen him in a while, but we did see him in this game. During, Susato's trial, because I think he's in Japan. But he's not here in London. Yeah. Also, I feel like the scarf was possibly sold by, that one Bobby from the first game who was actually involved with the whole Miss Olive's back, getting stabbed in the back. It counts. That's what the scarf looks like. It makes me think of that, the couple that had matching scarves. So I'm assuming he bought it from one of them, perhaps. And he also has a yellow, handkerchief, or a little thing there, so, Sort of plucky behavior that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madam?
I do not.
Yes, the waxworks you sold has already been seized, but the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon. No. Yeah, no, none of that is correct. That concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Yeah, no. She's like, I got the pot ready. Just toss it already. I see I've stunned you all into silence.
You have, Early. You have.
Yeah, I was just like, oh gosh.
And you've obviously upset this lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot.
If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Schultz. The notorious Naruto 1 point, and I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? He's like, the killer policeman, Otterball. Sorry? It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. Police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether.
And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer with the name of Ottermole.
That sounds very important. Ottermole. Okay. That sounds important. So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Indeed, it is a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact, yes. I remember that odious count 10 cents only too well. But is 200 pounds a lot for a wax model? It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts things in perspective. So it's quite a lot then.
Is there anything else you wish to add before I melt you down?
That bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous.
The smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me.
Mrs. Shums did more or less just accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call in your assistance here, Iris, if that's alright, to make some minor corrections to the Great Detective's great deductions.
Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight.
Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame dispels vents her anger. Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Dispels, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Again. Alright. Course correction. Hold it, Mrs. Sholmes. Okay. Waxward's fate. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in the museum. Why does hers have a hat shaped like her hair bell things? I don't know. I guess it's still cold out. And we were outside for a while. So she needed to put her like winter outfit on. I don't know. Keep her hair in place, you know. It probably is a lot of work for her to do her hair like that. So I'm gonna keep it all you know, keep it all in place while she's out and about. The answer is real with a bundle of banknotes protruding so heavily from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. That is all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? And as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madam Dispels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by the public notice. Yeah, no. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true. But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks, even for 200 pounds. Oh? She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I would sell them for anything. That's true. For that much money, I would, but it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway, I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance? Let's try that furtive glance again and see if there's anything else that could explain it. Okay, what is around here? Can I look at this? I want to look at it. Waxwork for sale. Would anyone really buy models of mass murders? I think I have 200 pounds in my pocket. Exactly. You could buy one of those brand new types of steam carriage. That's what I'd spend it on if I had it, no question. Oh, I buy all the herbs in the world. There must be another explanation for the money. We need to keep looking. Okay. It seems this well-dressed gentleman is alive after all. Just not alive and kicking. And he's not a waxwork or a model of a mass murder. I'm not sure I'd pay 200 pounds for him. I don't think the man's up for sale. Well, anyway, it was a silly place to put him. Other museum visitors could easily trip. I don't think the man was put there on purpose either. Did he faint from, like, the waxwork stuff? Oh wait, there was something behind there. How do I... Oh, here we go. What is that? What's that note doing pinned on the wall there? Oh yes, let's see. Dear Madam Dispels, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is 200 pounds. Have the money ready by noon on 23rd October. What? This is... It's just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped. Yes, it's a ransom note. Exactly. Interesting. Okay. Is there anything else around though? I wanna... I feel like I'm not able to like look around very much. Okay, I guess it's this. So. Okay. The significance is by the ransom note. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by the ransom note. Alright, so we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness, abducting a waxwork. Oh, 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to buy it. Model in question is special importance, so I put together all the money I have. In summary then, the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It appears the man has suffered a severe shock, cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense. So the waxwork was kidnapped. Where does that leave us in terms of who this man is? Like, I just ask him when he comes around. I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the abduction process, Iris.
Yes, you're right. Harley's trying so hard. We mustn't let him down.
Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock. That much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Tuspel's trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. Oh, I think I know. I think it's the Bobby, isn't it? Yeah, it's probably this dude. He probably moved, I'm guessing? Or maybe not, maybe it's not him. Okay, well, she's looking this way. Can I not? Hello? What is happening? What the... Is it something on her person? Oh! Hit!
This is just Madame Tuspel's right hand, isn't it?
Yes, it must be. It can clearly see her left hand after all.
Oh, but wait a minute. This is the left hand as well, look!
Don't say such a creepy things, Iris, please!
And it's easier to stiff too. In fact, it's really hard.
You mean... it's made of wax? Ah. Okay.
Take that!
Left-handed, yeah.
Oh.
What dealt the man with such a shocking blow was of course the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow.
How could you?
And protruding from behind your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals that in fact it's a left hand. And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madame. It is the hand of a waxwork model.
I
think it is.
Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage.
So you mean that arm?
Yes, the gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir.
A small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms.
I'm afraid I had to teach the man a lesson.
Fair enough. You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. And the result, the scene we see before us, he was knocked unconscious. Point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped. Okay, interesting. Question that arises then is, what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let's consider the plot that problem for a moment.
You cannot possibly.
What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only to observe his neckerchief. No, he's the guy who's missing the arm. According to Mr. Shums, the yellow neckerchief is a sign to other policemen that some crime is underway.
A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard.
Then Mr. Shums didn't hesitate to give away.
Well, secrets is in any true detective's nature, of course.
Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tuspel's reaction to Mr. Shums' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. Yeah, I'm assuming, yeah, he's missing his arm. What the? The man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be.
Oh, well that settles that then.
Right, this isn't a real person at all. His entire arm's been ripped off and the shoulder down. His arm's been... Of course, that ties in with what we just found out. So, yeah. It was this fellow. To find the answer, we need only observe his shoulder stub. No such boneless human walks this earth, of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing near the young Sergeant John Clay is in fact, defying all odds, a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Jones.
He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man.
Naturally, what other explanation could there be? And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off from the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with that particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely, and he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork.
But your
reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe! The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. A killer policeman called Otter Mole, was it? Was he well known?
It was all over the papers last year, but I can't really say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price, though. 3 pence isn't much money.
Only enough for a few measly hours of gas and Mr. Garrett's delightful lodgings, in fact. So this is the special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from a museum and tried to ransom for 200 pounds? Is this crusty old killer policeman Ottermo, really?
Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another name crops up.
His tapping foot. Look at this! The old man's tapping his foot like crazy.
He seems to be fast asleep, though.
He's not tapping his foot consciously then. So you mean...
It must be a twitch.
Never mind that. The point is waxworks don't tap their feet.
Oh, twitch!
And look at his arm, too. We've seen a scarf like that somewhere else around here, haven't we? Yeah, I don't believe it. It's a secret sign?
It's a secret sign that lets other detectives know some criminal activity is underway.
Yes, it's a slightly strange choice of an outfit if he was trying to go unnoticed.
He must be a detective disguised as a policeman!
Or a detective disguised as the waxwork model of a policeman.
He doesn't look like he's clever enough to think of something like that, though.
Perhaps you should try to be a little more polite about him, Iris. Okay, tell us how it perfectly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious, twitching. Twitching. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious twitch. If the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of objectives then? There you have it, well, madam, to spells.
Well, what? It was me who contacted the policeman and let someone come in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He is sound asleep.
But then, what's this tag about showing a price of 3 pence? Note that the price tag of the muffler which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm does not strike you, Mr. Naruto? Yes, a secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway.
Of course, because, as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, Detective.
So it would seem that we finally arrived at the truth. Waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. Scotland Yard are already investigating. The model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes concludes Herlock Sturm's great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Okay. So we have a missing waxwork, huh? Interesting. That could be important. Deduction complete. Elementary. Wonder if that has anything to do with the trial we are working on. Wonder if, that dude that apparently was murdered is actually alive.
All sorts of people visit my museum here, men, women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all, but if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway, your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe.
It was a pleasure, my dear madame. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. And as for your rough customer, I have no doubt that he'll regain consciousness shortly return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display. If it was indeed genuinely abducted...
Yes, tragically it was.
Then I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork in as much detail as possible, if you please.
Very well, but after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work.
The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. Okay. Stolen waxwork. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please.
It was some days ago now when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here.
It was your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed.
And I found the ransom note in its place.
The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then.
So this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose.
Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other. I would say, the Professor.
Oh. Not a name I've heard of.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems the circle's complete.
Sorry?
The Professor case happened around the time I was born, didn't it?
Oh, shit. Oh, did it now? Ooh, boy. That sounds like it's important. And maybe something to do with, Lord Van Zeeks.
Indeed it is ours.
10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago?
Yes, exactly the time.
That boy Van Zeeks graduated from university, in fact. What? Surely he's not saying...
So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life?
As you've surmised, it was the Professor case. Who was this Professor then? Who was this person? I'm so curious.
It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death.
And now he's immortalized here in a wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though, of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction.
But I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord Van Zeeks? You must first understand, my dear fellow. Why is it that the professor owns such infamy? It was due to the victims he chose. Some of Whitehall's finest.
What do you mean, Harley?
Those murdered by the professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy, members of the nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Members of the... wait, of course! What Professor Harebrain said! Lord Van Zeeks is from a family with noble blood.
Oh, God!
It was the 5th victim that led to the professor's arrest. The last of the killer spray was a young noble by the name of... Lent Van Zeeks. No! I don't believe it! Van Zeeks? Ooh. I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Baroque pursued a career as a prosecutor, and eventually became the Reaper we know today. Oh shit. I had no idea Lord Van Zeeks had such a tragic past. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being at least. After all, I have work to do. Okay. As a waxwork exhibit. Gee, thanks. I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh, yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Alright. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Oh! Oh, right, I gotta plug my nose to do his voice.
It's been too long. It really has. I'm delayed to see you, Baroque.
Sodi. It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in a prison of all places.
I can't forgive myself what happened to Mr. Husband. I just can't. I still can't believe that it could happen.
Tomorrow, the court will decide.
Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems rather enough, though. It was an accident, a terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it.
I must warn you.
Oh, I know, I've heard you're going to be prosecuting, aren't you?
Yes.
Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories.
Baroque.
Are you really?
What?
Never mind. I know that you have my messages that aren't.
My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else.
Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Baroque.
Till tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court. Ooh. Interesting. To be continued. Alright, time to go to trial. It's gonna be interessanto. 23rd October, 8:52 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey.
Mr. Harlow.
Good morning, Professor Harebrain.
I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never found anything like it. It's crushing me.
I feel it every time I'm here, that gravity.
Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's It's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure?
I think it's probably all in the mind.
Yes, well, you'll let me know, will you, Mr. Naruto? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life. To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public.
Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I do establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident.
Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail.
My considerations, Mr. Naruto, you appear to have emerged with the most tiresome case here. Who? Oh, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here.
That's very mean, Bruno, leaving me alone at home with her. It took me at least an hour to wake him.
Is it? Are you... Sholmes?
Indeed, sir, I am here. Here, look, Sholmes.
Oh, I've heard all about your exploits, even when I was living in Germany.
Oh yes, Rand's magazine is on sale in Germany too.
This month's installment was sublime. Your introduction to the adventure of Silver Blaze was wonderful.
Ah, yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall. He probably didn't, because as soon as the case is over, Sholmes seems to just forget everything.
No, that was a speckled band.
Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't say. Oh. I've urgent business and Madame Dispels. You mean your waxwork job? No, waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? Week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then, I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as profitable pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description.
Oh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Harry.
Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say.
Oh yes, quite definitely, absolutely, I totally understand.
Is someone a little starstruck? I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Airbrain.
Oh, why, thank you.
Right upon, Mr. Naruto. Word in your ear, if I please. What's this about? Oh. As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was.
I read Professor Bunny Brain's paper about it too, or not, I have to say. I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically.
So he's completely barking up the wrong tree. But how can an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. But yeah, she calls him Bunny Brain. It's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial, I have no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow.
See you later, Hurley.
Right, off he goes to his waxwork job.
Well, looks like you're on your own today, Bruno. But chin up, you can do it.
Oh, what about you, Iris?
No, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do.
I see.
It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is.
Ah, that sounds ominous. Council of Defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. Where are we? Alright, so we're by ourselves in the courtroom. An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed. And a scientist who's convinced that it did. It's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. Okay. I would like to look at the court record and look at the evidence we have. 23rd of October, 9:10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Okay, I'm gonna look at our stuff here. Alright. Okay, various articles. So this is about the Great Exhibition, but then this is also about the Reaper being attacked. And justice. Yeah. And then somebody's got a lost cat, which is far more important. And, there was also an article I could partially read that was about, a lady who got, she got a glass eye and she was upset because she couldn't actually see with her glass eye. It's like, yeah, that's the important part, really. Okay, so this is a diagram of the machine and stuff. Okay. Very curious device found behind a tree under the experimentation sinks. Okay, can I look at that examine? Because that looks like a crossbow kind of thing. Can't find anything out of place. Okay. It looks like a crossbow. Yeah, because this part... Yeah. This part goes up. Or goes out, it looks like. Or if it's already pulled back in place, maybe. Oh no. But it looks like crossbow. At least part of one, maybe? I think maybe there's a piece missing. Yeah. Because there's like the trigger. Yeah. Okay. So we have a crossbow. And a piece of green cloth. Torn piece of canvas, like material backed with rubber, that's found under the experimentation stage at the exhibition grounds. There are scorch marks at the edges. Can I look at that? So we got this piece. Let me see, look back a bit. It looks like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. I've never seen anything like it before, but apparently Mr. Shom's methods. You might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really didn't want to get wet. And the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Or maybe not. Huh, okay. Very thick piece of canvas with rubber. Maybe it is a piece of a hot air balloon, because there were hot air balloons. I don't know. We'll have to find out more. Alright, well, what do we... more questionable jury members. Okay. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I have declared this court to be in session. We are sitting tonight for the public trial of Professor Albert Hadley. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I'm not nervous at all. I'm 6 months out of practice, and what's more, I'm without Susato-san today. Man. Ugh. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say I recollect the victims of this case all too well, Mr. Odios. Mr. Osman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities, right? Yes, is that true? It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Wessex. But the jury unanimously found him not guilty. Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on October the 21st, October, as Osman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution, the fact remains that Miss Osmond's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random, yeah, sure, to represent the will of the... All 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty. Like, all these look like aristocrats. Yeah, all these guys look like aristocrats. It's like, I am most dignified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. You have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it's a shiver down my spine. Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials are all nothing more than performances. Any proper scholar that trials the repetition of science deserves a hang. And that's just this kid. We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and so on one, and so is that. And that's the Bobby that was in. Well, they're already rich. It's hard to bribe them, right? Yeah, but I don't think Mr. Harebrain is rich. But, who knows? And this is the guy who was asleep at Madame Tussauds. Two spells, that's what it is. He was sleeping. Oh. Wasn't like this nowadays. Wasn't like this at all. He's got a gun! Oh shit. Don't you have to be 18, huh? Yeah, I don't know. That's the police killer look-alike again. And he's as exhausted as ever, it seems. I guess he's a night shift Bobby as well. As I'm sure you all aware, the incident we are here to do today tragically took place at the great exhibition shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. Well, I guess the sleepers were an unqualified student knowing nothing about the case goes directly to a murder trial to defend someone. Still think Lockhart doing that was sus. Yeah, absolutely. Tragic turn of events, but as such, the eyes of all London, no, of the world, will be on this trial. It is all duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Essex. At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. One of science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the great exhibition to improve abundant technological advances. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as a super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis. Good lord! It's designed to dismantle human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Okay. So it's supposed to electrify them. So I'm wondering, Because if you ever watched Pokemon growing up, you know rubber doesn't conduct electricity. So what if the Mr. Osmond is actually alive and particularly wore something like this to try to keep himself alive? Maybe? Not sure. We'll have to see. I'm not sure. That's just a guess. But maybe not. Maybe it's just a piece of hot air balloon. I don't know. Is such a thing even in the realms of possibility? I don't believe it, that's for sure.
Assembling people with electricity. My goodness, how shocking.
The hypothesis was set up to scrutiny. So, I believe you are fellow of the Royal Society. Are you not an expert in the field? My word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. What is the prosecution view on the matter? Prosecution would assert the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. Oh, what? What? Oh. Unless he's gonna say it because it was designed to kill Mr. Asmund. Hold on. Professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit as subsequent research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to make take Mr. Asmund's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. Yep. But this disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. My good old Vanzix, prosecution sounds clear. But you will not bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. Alright. Cape is off. Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand. These are witnesses we got? Okay. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. My name is Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty in the demonstration on the day in question, and in charge of the following investigation. Oh, what?
Scientist.
You were born in England, but you have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct?
Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in London, in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery, which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition.
What you demonstrated was incredible, alright? Incredible explosion.
Well, the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, it was the terrible accident. My hypothesis was a success.
Well, that much is shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower. Take it to the place of the exhibit, no less. That's right, my lord. Seems the victim rammed straight into it. Okay. I see. Well, but don't photograph it. Okay.
Stab wound to the chest.
Okay, but what stabbed him? Wait, what? Hold on. Look at people. This guy. Hold on. Yeah, what had stabbed him? Hmm.
Oh, he does have that mole there.
I was trying to see if maybe it wasn't actually him, but maybe it is. So, of course, the victim of the incident is Mr. Odie Aspen. Minimum of obligations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being. It was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see. So, to summarize the situation, the offender is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration?
That's right, that must be my splendid machine. My poor splendid machine.
You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the special dispensation for scientific equipment act.
What? The wreckage? The wreckage?
But that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon? Isn't that right, witness?
What? Sorry, me?
No, your neighbor. Yes, sir, it was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. What? How can you possibly think that? Therefore, Inspector, I think we should better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court of what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a threat for murder. Okay. Run for murder. The group someone crashed into the crystal tower had a broken neck.
I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection. That's all. That was my mistake.
But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and the Slill is the only one who could have done it. That doesn't seem right. We were literally there. We didn't see him. We didn't hear him yell or anything. Extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart. Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. Honestly, the death would have been all but instant to a wound like that. You could say, in fact, the victim was killed twice by the accused.
Oh, no. That couldn't be further from the truth.
I viewed the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. Victim stood himself inside something called the bird cage. Need to be ready to be beamed instantly. Second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away. That is different from, yeah, our picture, which is much higher. Experiment did not go according to plan, however. Yeah. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the bird cage materializing in mid-air. Where it subsequently fell, crashing the glass of the Crystal Tower's large round window. What? Assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident, a terrible accident.
Fortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart.
My weapon? What are you saying?
This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. Prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Your question is granted, cousin. Okay, I want to look at that sharp object. It didn't say what kind of object it was, though. I was there in person. I saw the whole universe performance. I am the person on stage that with Mr. Ashman was at the luxury for this. Okay, I want to look at that, please. Okay. Details of victim, Audie Asman, male, age 47, nationality British, time of death 21st October around 2:20 p.m. Okay. Cause of death, hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart inflicted by a sharp implement. Additional observations, a broken vertebrae, most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from considerable height. Okay. Interesting. Then really, by all accounts, it must have been him. I'd think others, really. All kinds of the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. I need to focus here. It's been a while. Alright. A front for murder. Corpse that went crash into Crystal Tower with a broken neck. Okay. Are you suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height? Exactly. Which highlights something else about this whole business. What's that? The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. After the explosion, the gates with the fell inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair. So, although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. Remind us, Professor. What was the cause of the fatal disaster?
I made a bit of miscalculation and there goes the beam protection, that's all. That's what you think.
So the angle of the projection is critical, is it? And you calculated yourself personally? Oh, didn't mean to press that.
Absolutely, the calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out.
Only you got it wrong, didn't you?
Yes, that's right, that's the point. The calculation is so complicated, even I can make a mistake.
Do people fall for that brains incompetence? I should try it.
I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable, but so I just couldn't see how this got happened.
Obviously, then, you had to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Asman was wearing at the time, I suppose. Ah.
Crackling comments! These have been
So much for safety first. 3 must be for safety third. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury at fatal wound. Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense. I didn't think I'd have to spell this out, but here we go. Oh, just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose. 2, right? Obviously, at first we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. But you're saying that's not the case. Look at your eyes when I finish my fish and chips. If you don't keep butting in every few seconds. But we all know that's a bottomless bag. The victim plummeted 30 feet into a collapsed tower. It would be reasonable to assume that it is a cause of death. Right. That's what we all thought. But it was an error, wasn't it? It was a legionnaires chest where Lehman stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. Right in the heart. The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. Prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I could only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insecure. Thanks. So, what was the nature of the sharp object? Among the accusers that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This. Oh yeah. I guess that would have put it with some kind of...
Yes. My trusty little companion, Andrew!
And... Andrew. Oh my god. Oh my god. Andrew, of course.
Do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. I've named them all, you know, we're one big happy family.
Hermione, you sound very lonely.
Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother, Mitchell, is a crosshead.
Feel like a beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. That isn't... It's blood. Beyond all reasonable doubt. No! That's not all. That's not all. The long sharp shape of this Andrew's fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound.
What? What?
Okay. I can't even like ora. I'm done. Over to this friend of the defenders of... Okay. I would like to look at that. So one of Professor Hairbrain's tools is the murder weapon. He doesn't look good for us. Let me look at this thing. Okay, here's a flathead. It's indeed shaped like an A. This is blood. Mr. Asmund's no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine, which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. Ah! So there's two of these tools we found, huh? Okay, that's good to know. Or maybe it's the same one. Great. The victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fellow's the only one who could have done it. Okay. What grounds do you have for saying that? You really need to ask. There were only 2 people on that public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Osman, and the accused, Professor Helbern. And as we know for certain, that before the experiment, the victim was alive. Right, I saw it with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, only someone else on stage with the victim could have possibly done it. Oh. What's up, buddy? Oh. Professor Hairbrain, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor!
Sorry. I was just calculating optimal coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body.
And the witness said is just the best place for that? It seems as though you may have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark.
Yes, that's right. Of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim there?
I don't know, but there's no way that I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Aspen, as you say.
Explain, please, Professor.
Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded animals with blood running continuously through their veins.
I heard.
And surely you see, if I put something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool.
Ah.
But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood.
Well, no, I suppose. Oh, yeah. I was gonna say, like, we were there. We didn't see any sort of... We didn't see the victim act strangely or anything. Hmm. That's very suspicious indeed. Because we definitely didn't see anything like that. So when was he possibly stabbed? Is the question. But he was stabbed before he had fallen.
You see the one?
I didn't see it. Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. Oh no! I'm gonna pour myself a glass. Pray forgive the discourse if I save a drop of my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friends abducting. Here's to you, Albert.
Oh, you're too kind, Balrock. I'm really not bent on you.
No, you're not.
No.
You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility.
I am.
A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Of course.
Spectre?
Oh, why did I immediately go with my Inspector? Like the court, please. Yeah. So my thinking is, I'm still thinking there was a switcheroo with a wax figure of yeah, that's also possible. I'm thinking because did he have a yeah. Say what they say. Where are they going with this? Well, amend your formal testimony. Now it's back to clicks. Okay. Woman, the victim was stabbed when must have been left in his body while he was beamed through the air. That is incorrect, sir. We found it by the stage. And again, when we noticed that there was a screwdriver hanging out from the dude's body, but that's not right. We found it by the stage. You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. No explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any other bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Yes, but about the screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yeah. Oh, you come to mention, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravend a special disposition for Scientific Equipment Act? No, I wouldn't do that. I just let him look. Nothing more. It was just it wasn't to touch a thing. Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? But we're getting that. If this tool had been still in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't still have been on the stage. That's right, it should have been beamed across the crystal tower along with his Jasmine. And been found still lodged in the victim's chest. Or at least somewhere else not on the stage. Like, down the ground, or up in on the building. How do you explain this, Inspector? I don't... Looks as though everything the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously that should have been beamed to the demonstration as well. Ooh. Is it me, or is Gregson the crappiest police officer in the whole history series? Does he not mess a single case up? Do you remember good old Gumshoe? Do you not remember our good buddy Gumshoe? I do miss Gumshoe. He was so fun. He's such a nice guy. Terrible detective, though. But such a nice guy. Oh, man. You know what? I think Gumshoe had 2 cases that he didn't screw up. I don't remember.
This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Ooh, boy. Lord Van Zeeks is stumped. Oh. Okay. Yeah. You have something to say? What this?
Yes, I knew it. It bears out. The equations hold. Oh, don't worry.
About what?
Without delving into the details, there is no consistency.
What? What are you talking about? Are you not hoping you're gonna say something stupid, aren't you? You're gonna just say something that's not gonna help your case at all, aren't you? You're gonna be like, well,
It could have blasted from his chest when he exploded.
yeah, showing some too. Yeah, what a fucking moron.
Even if he had germinal large and then
Yeah.
he was ass and chest. My trusting tool wouldn't have moved and helped me on stages consistent with my calculations.
Good. What? What? Yeah, it's like, I'm throwing this whole fucking bottle out. Singular illusions have been shattered. Good thing we should hear their accused explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation. Oh, shit. Actually, this is happening. So good, really. Oh my gosh. Just when I found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Oh my god. Scientists. We'll finish with this fight. Find us with the scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency is asserted by the Prince of the Soul.
And Apollo, I will, my lord.
Apollo? Isn't that a Greek god? Okay. Yeah. Is he? Is Apollo the Greek god of wisdom? I thought Apollo was, I don't remember. Yeah, there's more. No, I was thinking he was something else. Like the, I'm gonna look at this up. I'm looking this up. Greek god. Okay, he's god of, yeah, of healing, medicine, archery, music, dance, poetry, prophecy, yeah, knowledge, light, and the sun. He is also the god of justice. Oh. That's hilarious, because... No, I've not played God of War, but... The other, Ace Attorney games is called Apollo Justice. Which I'm like, oh! Apollo Justice! Yeah, okay. See, I was thinking of the Apollo being the god of sun.
I think that's what I was thinking of. I was thinking of the sun. Anyway. Let's listen to our stupid harebrained man mess everything up.
To be clear, I'm at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states the cases cannot transport metal, though, hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. In other words, the position just raised by Mr. Naruto is inconsistent. Mr. Naruto was the patron of my research, without him, my work wouldn't have been possible.
That doesn't make sense, though. That's metal. That's wood. That looks like wood, but is that metal? That has to be metal. His glasses have that metal on it. It's clearly using wood because he said it can't use metal. That makes sense. But that's metal left. Yeah. Okay. I think that might help us, though. That might help us. Because I don't think his stupid machine worked, okay? I'm just gonna be honest. I don't think this teleportation machine worked. I think I don't know exactly how, there was some sort of switcheroo that happened. That, I mean, this is a long shot, but that missing wax figure we're looking for, that Mr. Sholmes is looking for right now, is actually of our victim here. Yeah. And so the person that was set into the machine was in fact the wax figure. Yeah. But somebody had taken him. Trying to ride the prestige? Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't think this is necessarily a prestige thing because this didn't really end up very good for, this buddy here. So somebody had done a switcheroo with him and then taken Mr. Asman, who they stabbed him, right? And they were able to somehow transport him. I don't know. Gosh, this is very complicated. Somehow they transported him to... Or maybe not. I don't know. This is a very complicated situation. Because we found the... Oh, wait! Did he get shot with a crossbow? Oh, wait. Okay, crossbow, weapon. That could have stabbed him. That would have stabbed him before he, right before he could have been shot, right? Before he would have been, quote, teleported. So there wouldn't be enough time between the explosion and people to react or really to notice what may have happened if he had gotten shot before. I'm not sure. Let's see.
Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together.
Thank you so much, buddy.
Judge's like, did you just prove that your defense is incorrect? So the rest of your testimony, professors, that bears upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, lords. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. But therefore, Professor Albert Harebrain could still have been the killer.
My great hypothesis holds, you see? We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason.
I'm pressing you with this. Professor Harebrain?
Yes.
Whose side are you on here?
I don't take sides, Mr. Naruto. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist after all.
Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell.
Let's see how...
Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Neoponius friend.
Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruto.
Okay, so yeah, we had to point out the metal that the victim is wearing. Okay. Declare himself the stage gathering data on my research. And yet you retort to my argument wasn't lacking in confidence in any way.
No scientist can find the truth without first finding self-belief. Those are the words of a certain scientist I hold in the highest, very highest esteem.
But you realize that disproving my arguments puts you in a very precarious position, don't you?
No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. We're from the same great scientists, you know.
Words that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is the scientist?
I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruto. But as soon as I remember the magnificent genius's name, you'll be the first to know.
I'm wondering if it's like Albert Einstein or whatever. It might be worth keeping the names of your idols to mind. Okay, I actually like this guy and his commitment to the pursuit of truth. Yes, I do. But it's still just like, could you not tell me this first? Like, couldn't you have just like here's the thing, it's not that I'm upset that I'm pointing it out. It's just like, couldn't he have tried to privately tell Ryunosuke to be like, hey, actually, the screwdriver could have still be there, you know, keep it hush-hush, to tell Mr. Ryunosuke before blurting it out to the entire courtroom. Because then Ryunosuke could be like, okay, well, let me look for another piece of evidence for that, or something. So that then, without making the prosecution and everybody look at us be like, we're a bunch of idiots or something. You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. The Scatterbrain even forgets my name at times. Learned Van Zeeks really did have a friend once, but I didn't notice how. Didn't notice how freezing over. It's because it's a man of science, and science is the pursuit of truth, or what will get you the closest to what objective truth is. I understand that, but he's technically still wrong. Yes, but he's still technically wrong because there's still metal on the person body. So that thing that he just said is still technically incorrect. I'm just saying that's, yeah. Yeah, but he could have told this information to just to us, Mr. Naruhodo, before then telling it to everyone. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he's not a true scientist. I'm saying this guy is way too confident in his thinking. Yeah, he should have had a whole discussion beforehand, but here we are. Yeah. That's the problem with him being on the witness stand. It's like, can I talk to my defense? You know, like, that should be allowed. I know we need some drama, but I mean, just yeah. That's okay. Let's see. Your hypothesis states it, so this isn't proven?
Oh no, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, but it only based upon dozens of calculations. But it is well known that metals can't be decomposed by electrolysis. Yes, of course, so anyway, my hypothesis is correct.
What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? Like I said, he sounds very confident in everything he says, and it's like, that's not... I don't know.
It's alright to let the bird cage has been a void, you see.
Sorry, the bird cage.
Yes, that's what I call the obtuse cage in which Mr. Esmond was placed for the cases.
Obtusa? Obtusa? What? See... Obtusa. See obtuse. Obtusa. What is obtusa? I do not know what that means. I do not know what obtusa is. Obtusa. It's a plant? Okay, yes. It's a plant. Okay. See, obtusa is short for the actual plant's, the tree's name, which is very long name, Chama Acre Paris. So I don't know. That's way too long for me brain to want to do that. It's obtuse, yeah. I don't know, anyway. The jail cell in which the victim was detained, it doesn't seem to be made of timber of some sort. I think you'll need to refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. In short, any weapon lodged in the victim would have been beamed away by instantaneous kinesis. Would have been left behind on the stage if it were made of metal, correct?
Yes, that's right. Yes. It all fits perfectly with a mathematical model.
The ultimate... And also, why are they just going off by what he's saying? He is the accused. I don't know. Things are weird. But the ultimate conclusion then is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to effect this fatal injury on the victim's note. Geez, sir. Someone beam me out of this nightmare. In other words, point adjustment isn't inconsistency at all. You seem to be pleased by that.
Yes, another example of my hypothesis holding true. I said some sarcasm, Mr. Otto. Are you not pleased?
No.
I know it. At the end of that day, I'm the one responsible for Mr. Husband losing his life. The advancement of science is no excuse, I know that.
No, you're quite right. Did you have a close relationship with Mr. Husband?
Oh, well, no, not really. I mean, I only met him, 2 or 3 times. And we only ever discussed my hypothesis in the project and the research grant, of course.
We've only met him a couple times.
Sebastian was a patron of my research. That meant my work wouldn't have been possible.
How did you come to know Mr. Asmund in the first place?
A year ago now, a small professional science journal published a little paper about my work.
As a scientific journal, I should need new spectacles.
I might have an extraordinary hypothesis, a great promise, by the time I had no money. I had to eat tiny meals for a tiny little thing and drink water out of my tiny little glass. But the searcher in the paper came to visit me at my tiny little laboratory.
And offered you money to help fund your work.
Exactly, that's exactly what happened. I handled the theoretical side of things, and Mr. Aspen provided me with an engineer for the practical. And the three of us produced that fantastical machine together.
3 of us! There is a 3rd person we are missing. That person's the killer. That's who we're missing. The actual person who put the machine together. Yeah. Because he mentioned before, he wasn't the one who put the machine together. He just made the blueprints to put the machine together. He didn't actually put it together. They had an engineer actually put it together. The machine that you brought to the Grand Exhibition to demonstrate.
We had to obey the government for some sort of inspection to be allowed to exhibit, I think. I didn't understand all that side of things. His husband took care of all of that.
Really? He didn't he?
He was wonderful, man. Really, he loved everything. No, I only need to predict the incredible machine that we built together.
When you say that you built the machine together, does that mean that you were involved in its construction? Yep, here we go.
Yes. Well, not exactly.
Exactly what we need.
I'm not doing the practical side of the machine myself. The physical construction was done by an engineer.
Little remains of your creation now, though, following the explosion. Repair will no doubt be impossible.
Yes, I realize that, but still. If someone were to gather all the broken parts, they could discover the secret of my hypothesis. But Mr. Husband and I toiled over that machine for so long, we put our hearts and souls into it. And to protect our work. So it's for the machine must be kept safe. That's only fair because that's what happened. What happened was an accident.
That's the extent of the testimony then. Thank goodness for that. I don't want him doing any more damage. He's already basically proven that he could have been the culprit. But it seems as though all he really cares about is defending his hypothesis. Still, I wonder, what if this hypothesis is just fundamentally flawed? Okay. Okay. Want to save. So he only cares about the machine. Guilty. The jury, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna save. There we go. Professor Hairbrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made, is that right?
Yes, that's right. Spot on, exactly correct.
In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Asman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim.
What? No. Metal can't. That's not... metal?
Oh! We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should have also have predicted that the metal rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place.
This is my... This.
Like, yeah, you're still wrong. You just made our lives a lot more difficult. Professor Hairbrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed. Order. So what's the implication of this? If on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit.
But this is my hypothesis. Sound. Every minute I made, the experiment was a successful experiment with proof of all my work.
If I could just say something here. Capacity is a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, sir, in full granted. As a man of science, there's only one thing I simply cannot afford. And it's a fraud who returns to be a fellow man of science.
What way? Great Scott!
Great Scott!
Jeez.
Scientist suspect?
It's just been disproved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. It's all demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. You're right, my fellow girls, when I tell you that this man is I'm gonna fool. The wreckage of that machine should have stooped down and done it. Oh, he has a newspaper, does he? Interesting. Okay.
No, never seen this yes, the man's hypothesis.
Okay. Dude, I get it. Hypothesis. I think we need to look at the machine a bit more closely, though. Yeah, but if you're found guilty, then they have to take it apart.
And protect them in a special dispensation for the Scientific Equipment Act.
What the devil is that pressing at the money? For some death room. I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? I don't know. Professor Hairbrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes? But even so, what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public, he would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. Governmental fortune start getting the man's ridiculous notion plausible. Its conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed.
Conspirators?
What would be the value of such a grant? £10. Oh my god. In order of magnitude, £500 a year.
You couldn't answer not much for years.
Scientists, there is an increase in progress public demonstrations in the field of science research. Many of scientists are going with each other to get the size of the funding power. Heck, famous greatest busy motor enough for murder, I assure you. Yikes.
I haven't seen anyone, least of all the government. But I think some scientists help me as you would believe me.
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower, which means that the experiment was a success. Okay, I get that you're trying to support your buddy by being like, yeah, this experiment worked out just how it was supposed to. And also, he killed him. It's just... No. I'm sorry, but I don't think I don't think this was a success. In any way.
Mark.
And therefore, the only person who could have possibly committed this murder is the accused.
Mark.
Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Your Majesty. The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement? And what's suspected as the demonstration of the exhibition. Who are occupying special seats? Eyewitnesses? Very well. I call to the prosecution's request. Here we go. I shall very much appeal from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment was no postage. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yes. It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We'll take a short recess now. During which part, each time, prosecution will prepare its new witness to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, the court is on for 20 minutes. Alright. Well, these witnesses I definitely want to hear from. By 3rd of October, 10:44 a.m., the Old Bailey defendant's chamber.
Mr. Hello. What on earth were you playing at just now? What on earth were you playing at? My amazing hypothesis. You've been picking holes in it from the start.
Ah, sorry about that.
But you promised me. You said you'd prove that dragon explosion was an accident, not murder.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
You said you keep my precious adventure from falling into anyone else's hands.
Yeah, by proving you innocent.
Well, you're not trying to do it so far as to try to prevent me.
Yes, I did make you a promise. You're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact there is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there?
Yeah, but if I just run some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work isn't complete.
Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he?
Oh. Oh, no!
Yeah, remember? This is a murder charge!
Alright, you're sorry. It's not my fault. I have no right to blame you for my failures. But as a sister, not just as a scientist, that's everything!
Well, that might be a little over the top.
And while we're on that subject, what about Bach? He's being awful!
Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean?
He's a gangster, not just a prosecutor. That's a human being! Oh, but no. Wait, he's the right brand name? Perhaps he's not classified as a Homo sapiens anymore?
Glad that he's cleared. That's cleared up. can I double check something with you?
Yes, what?
The machine demonstration you prepared. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved? Hey, we have to be sure.
I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Everyone was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. And so yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet. Please, sir, I just believe in it.
Alright, Professor, understand. Also, defendant. Prosecution witnesses already take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way into the courtroom, please. Okay. Look, he's mad. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. Practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? Our job is to prove he is innocent. And maybe that involves proving his hypothesis to be incorrect. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby agree to convene the proceedings of this court. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? Prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. Oh, Lord One Six. I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed, they did. Oh, indeed they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect. A detective of all people. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time. The accused. Thank you, counsel. Prosecution positions are clear. So, bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. Let's see who these witnesses are. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth in I knew she'd be here, but who the fuck are these two? Witnesses, state your names and occupation of the court to hear. Bulbasaur Loon. Loon, like a balloon. Balloon. Let's see, how do I want to do this voice? Yes, Bulbasaur Loon. Professor, and press the area of all the hot air balloons in the vicinity of the... Like... Oh, is he supposed to be like Spanish? What do I mean, or Italian? I don't know. Experimental stage. My name is Wilhelm Gottlieb Sigismund Ormstein. What? Gotts. Wilhelm Gottlieb Sigismund Ormstein. What a name. I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. Bohemia? Balloon, thank you. I am very rich. Very rich.
Inspector Gina Lestrade's gone in the yard. I'm a great detective, even Sherlock Holmes agrees. It was on security at the exhibition, and I got up to in one of the balloons. It was amazing.
Gina? Again. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in a balloon, actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. No, with 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage where the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time as all events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like... I'm trying to do Italian. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of 60 feet, very low.
Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can you?
60 feet. About 18 meters, then. Thank you for your introduction, sir. Please, now, you will give your formal testimony for the court. Can you describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage? Okay.
It was indented and terrible. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. And from amid the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere.
The cage had fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower.
I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower.
Man, I'm gonna have to switch to accents back to back to back. It was extraordinary collective account. Can I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I have not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions? Aha. More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around... yeah. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called bird cage that contained the victims appeared from the stage and a moment later. The second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The bird cage appeared just at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down to the crystal tower.
I was very surprised. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes. There's a person inside. The place was so hot and I didn't want to miss a sting, so I kept my eyes wide. Another balloon. I still have lots of money.
Stacy is this courteous infant. I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Barely, he disguised himself in order to steal, well, unnoticed into the great exhibition.
Ja, I'm here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school.
He will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that?
Then I'll remove my mask. This is what I look like.
Oh, yes, I see it. Please refresh, sure.
Ja, everybody says so.
Great disguise, then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the fact for the court, namely that despite the ending in an explosion, an instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. Okay, Van Zeeks, I understand that you're trying to prove that, yes, the hypothesis worked just as it's supposed to, but I'm assuming our part in this is going to be proving that this hypothesis was incorrect. Because, yeah. I don't think teleportation is gonna be something that's a real thing. Sorry, buddy. Furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the Crystal Tower where the victim fell. And for only accused who was with Mr. Asman on the stage could possibly have committed murder. Yeah, the irony. Right. Yes, thank you, Counsel. The prosecution version on the matter quite clear. So the defense is cross examination now, please. Yes, my lord. Alright.
It was an incident day terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. I'm trying to figure out if he's supposed to be like incidente. I guess he is supposed to be Italian. It was an incidente terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. Yeah, he's supposed to be Spanish. See, all the 3 of my bay, this Bellasumi Bambini.
I don't even know how to do a Spanish accent. My Bellasumi Bambini. A very popular signal. Yeah, signal. Senor, some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual strip. And £20 a month. That is my pocket money. I also have all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Then the old I work for emergency police card, you know? Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the sky, they could crash into the other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. See, and the zone above the public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. Look at this, I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangement for blue riders. But we know more about what you actually witnessed for the attract. Right, I can fill you in there, my lord. There's this huge bang from the stage, and the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. Okay. So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air. Yep, it's amazing what detectives get to do it. I'm telling you, Otto, me and the lawyers of Nugs game. You should join the force and we can go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, actually, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? And we saw everything, but we were up above it all. That dodgy Cole climbing into that cage, and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when Eben. That's when there was that massive bang in the cage disappeared, just like that. You are describing the moment the subject's body was decomposing by electricity, I believe. Chapter thing. I don't know what to make of it, but then there was another bang. I looked around, and there was a huge, great fireball right next to us in the sky. And there was nothing there before. Oh, hello? What's wrong, buddy? Mr. Gotts, does your memory of the day differ? 1910 elementary school says that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Yes, what was it again? William Gottschalk Sigismund
Ormstein. Just the 4 names, then. The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? I get it right, Odo. It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That is not what I saw. Oh? Yeah, there's a second explosion. And it was right beside our balloons, that is true. But I'm sure... Which is what I said, ain't it? 1 minute there was nothing there, next the massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school says that someone else is speaking. If you are rude enough to interrupt, you delivered. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? Mega balloon. Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. A green balloon? Okay, so my first thought with this is correct. A green balloon? What? So nothing like that. Well, I saw it. You can't say I did it. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it is a lie. Such is not allowed. Let's stand the plain loyalty card, typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. This young fellow was asking a mental folk testimony in the interest of the cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia. It was not the sky that exploded. It was a green balloon that was next to us at the time. Aha. A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course I am, sure. I am a proud Bohemian Prince. All these questions are making me boring. I think you mean bored. English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. It is very bold to lie. Lie? The balloons never explode. Same reason the balloons never explode. It is logical. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. It doesn't mean something about Bohemia. Matter. The only common truth, all of your stupid balloons out of the big sky, all of them. But first, I will bang the balloon. You all know this. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to testimony. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Moon? No, I did not see the explosion myself, however. It fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. Did you see that actually happen? No, in reality I did not. Don't have to just. There was a grand confusion around the stage, and they wanted to see what happened. I was terrified by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. I suppose they are his livelihood. But when I looked up in the sky, all my precious balloons were all still there. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I am a detective now. Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. That's what I like to hear. I'm gonna go look inside the cage, but not one went near it after it crashed into the tower. But no one went. Okay. Was it you who gave the order to keep people away? Is it Ed Otto? Oh, I have been. And then I was up in a balloon, wasn't I? Right. So, because I wasn't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over the panicking spectators that he tried to steal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell ya. Amazing. Poor Inspector Gregson. So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared on me wits. Keep it together, Inspector. Okay. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. What if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on stage in the first place. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I'm thinking. The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Okay. So... I think... Okay. It's not really objective, but I just... No, okay. Okay, no. Green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Okay, well. Okay. Hmm. Hmm.
Objection!
No. What am I missing?
Hold it!
And that's the 20th century for you, I reckon. People actually saw the demonstration with their own eyes. You really believe they saw something miraculous taking place? Okay. Okay.
Hmm. Hmm. Man, just drop shit. Hmm. 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 Surely is discerning that the demonstration was genuine. What if there was actually some kind of switch around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was ever actually on the stage in the first place. The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Okay. Balloons were not damaged. Okay. But I found that green piece of balloon.
Objection!
There we go. Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all three of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosion it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. I think it may be. See, part of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry? The envelope. Pardon? That is the large round part of the balloon which comes with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric made with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage, in other words. As Mr. Gotts testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. If all of the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. The balloon exploded that day early minimization. Maybe everyone involved was killed. I'm just put up with that Alfred.
Seems to me like those things are just flip up with their ones.
Objection!
The instantaneous pieces did occur, but after an explosion on the stage, the point of the materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode as quickly possible. An unfortunate traffic accident as to but I don't know nothing about the pertinent facts. I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Loon? You're asserting that I am a lawyer. But the person died in a balloon incident day. So you need to get fired up, Miss Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar's balloon is not a layer. There was no such balloon in the sky. It is not possible. You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day. We can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord. The defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon. I can call this claim more to the truth than he makes the mystery of. But as I will clear up this issue of this phantom balloon, I fear. This is, you will give your supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Ah. Bless you, my lord.
This is a Buffalo balloon is a liar. And the balloon I have in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe. But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt up bit of glove was found at the scene, can you? The opposite the yard reckon it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. Stupid balloon like a zoo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway.
Okay. You're certain that the balloon this child soul was not belonging to you.
See, exactamente. If he even saw a balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It's very bad for business. A good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war. And war. I would like a balloon again. Thank you.
What happened to All Out War?
He gave me a balloon. Mr. Leon certainly doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here.
If the defense is unable to find fault with the witnesses' statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. So now cross-examine the witness. Okay. My hands got in safely. You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe. Ignore. I don't notice if I was given 100 lin and then what I was mentioning. What? We're talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? I took the liberty of having suspector correct and checked the gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. Clearly says a total of 3 balloons. What a prayer, no mistake has been made. Surely Ministry could have been sent for such a menial task.
Me? Tell you what, I told the boss. East End kids like me can only count up to 2.
Oh my gosh.
Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought it and said he'd have to go himself in that case.
How did Gregson think she was telling the truth? That's so funny. Ha.
All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe.
Okay, then who was the other person in the balloon? It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. Oh no, Mr. Loon, tell me, when is it that keeps these balloons in the sky?
You an idiota!
Sorry? It's like asking, why does a candle burn bright? Burns bright because it burns bright, and a balloon flies because it flies. What else? That doesn't explain anything. Ah, that must be Italian. He's supposed to be Italian. Okay, he is Italian. I'm trying to be Spanish. Oh, 2 types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air. Whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. See, my balloons are filled with magic gas, I believe. Oh boy, delicious, delicious gas. Nothing could possibly go wrong with that. Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive. Good lord. I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like fire. And why is there fire in your in your hat?
a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What does the matter with you, senor? All that comes out of your mouth is an explosion. Explode. So your balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be all cannot eat. None of the balloons exploded that day, I am completely sure. But if you say that is what happened, you must show me the proof. Alright, so Mr. Moon had 3 balloons in there that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? But you can't get away from the fact that a blown up bit of cloth was found on the scene, can you? I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, I'm not into picking stuff off the ground, me. It always works out way better diving into people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Mind you, Boss was on his knee picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is, though, the cage went crashing across the tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigating was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered up as evidence. Listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Well, you ain't got a badge, have ya? Like this one? I could arrest you with this if I wanted. So, I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorching on the ground at the meeting we had about the investigation. Oh. That was at the yard back and it was full of some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the cubs out what were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption and keel over. I hadn't even considered that. It seems there was a great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Like me slipping all his bits and chips, eh? Man stole pleasure. This matters. That's why the balloon envelope is nothing. Nothing. This stupid Ragazzo is mistaken. My blue blues exact stripes anyway. Why? You mean the color's wrong? See, signor. I do not have any green balloons in my breasts. And yet a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from the balloon. I do not know what that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say a green balloon did explode above the stage. You wonder how I conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloons flying over Hyde Park, happening from the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date, unfortunate. As I'm sure you'd agree. You remember from some sort of earlier balloon accident at the exhibition. The exactamente, as the signor said, it's not from one of my balloons. Well, it's little Ragazzo from Bohemia's mistaken about what he saw. Oh. What's up, buddy? Is something wrong, Master Gotts?
It's Mr. Gottsich Sigmund Ornstein.
It was on the tip of my tongue?
Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear, and they're all over Bohemia.
You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing.
Is there green balloon?
You do not have evidence, Ragazzo. They must turn to your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments.
Evidence? What is this evidence?
Give us an explanation, young man. Photograph, for instance, some tangible proof of what you claim.
Well, didn't you say so sooner? I was the photograph right here.
Precious! What? Oh shit, boy.
It's not Bohemia. You can speak all the bad. You can speak all the bad language you want.
Oh man, I think that's good.
I've not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs of the crystal tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, the Hot Eel Center, the balloon, and the instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take a picture of that?
Yeah. One picture. Really? You did take one.
But all I wanted was a random balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments.
Did you lose that photograph?
Of course, instead you revealed that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon.
Oh yeah. Yes, it is a crossbow. I saw it. Well, it's in black and white, so we can't tell it's we can't tell that it's green, but I mean it's okay, whatever.
Well, if you want too shocked to speak.
Yes, shocked isn't the word.
Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but
There's one very bohemian sounding cry. Okay, that's what I want to look at, please.
It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera.
Okay, well, I want to look at that because, oh boy, that looks like something. Like I don't know. Also, that looks like it's still pointing straight like it was supposed to. But yeah, there's definitely like a crossbow and there's nobody, it looks like there's nobody in that balloon. Very interesting indeed. Very interesting indeed.
It's not my fault, the fault of the person with the camera.
Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph?
Well, it was on the day of the big explosion.
You don't say.
When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang, and a hot wind rushed over my face.
Oh, that means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying fig. Lovely language you've picked up. As I thought, Mr. Lynn's testimony just doesn't quite add up. Young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another for a balloon. Mr. Lynn vehemently denies the possibility. It's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Okay. So, he's gonna learn safety. Okay. Well, clearly that one didn't because it is messed up.
Objection.
This time, nope. Nope, not this one. carrying passengers. Not that. There's no passengers.
Objection.
There we go. Fortunately, the photograph Master Gods can't tell us the color of the balloon. Dang it, I'm making a mess. Yeah, knocked shit over. Oh, messed up my VTuber model. Well, it's fine. Fortunately, photograph Master Gods can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else. Something crucially important. What? What? I get the German stick. It shows that the picture balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Goodness, you're right. Surely the old balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, they are for pleasure. For seeing they will. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the picture balloon isn't one of them. So, when the incident occurred that day, there was a white balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing. I only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, the balloon is not mine.
Objection.
There are legal tradesmen everywhere you can look. Literally one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition. And managed to operate a balloon flying to Mr. Balloon's patch without him realizing. Except there's nobody in there. He sees they put the shield trying to steal my profits. I did not do this because of the experiment that went wrong on the stage. This warp balloon exploded at the very same moment that Mr. Ashman was beamed from the stage below. Alright, so them scraps that fell on the ground after and left them scorch marks didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of balloon laying down. Because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. A mysterious warp balloon carrying no passengers silently floating over the experimentation stage?
Objection.
This photograph shows us nothing more. Stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly has nothing to do with the case. Sort of it does elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. I don't think so. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jury's minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this possibly photograph tell us? Something more we can learn from it? There is, yes.
Objection.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. This? What's that? A vital clue.
Objection.
Well past the point of mere possibilities. Time for definitives now. Tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? The cause of the explosion. We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Yeah, that's right, yeah. It was not my fault. Oh. Evidently. Sorry, I had to cough there. Ooh. Because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. Yeah. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly explosively ignited. No, that's not what happened. What? The reveal of this photograph requires closer examination. So for the defense, will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, that leads to an undeniable conclusion. The clue that Heavy suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is... right here.
Take that!
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. Goodness, what is that? A flash of light. Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning? It couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. Oh, the fire and straight for the balloon. I don't know. Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it would appear it would be a flame of some sort. I know this thing is flame so darker than gas that fed the balloon.
Protection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height. Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that exactly what did happen. What evidence? Such evidence exists, Council, and for goodness sake, present it, man. Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon? This thing.
Take that!
The true nature of the curious slim streak of light is revealed by this. What is answer with the slim darts of being the correct one? What? What? It's not. I'm not going to explain away. What? Huh? Plane appears to be headed directly to the balloon. Oh. What? I'm very confused. What? It should be the crossbow thing. Do I have to like examine this again? Or give anything out of place? Okay, here we go. There's some sort of lever here. There we go. Ooh, what is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing too. Okay, here we go. That's what I needed. Okay, try that again. This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Yeah, it's just, I was like, something's missing from it. Yeah. Lord, is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately? You're right. That streak of light in the photo looks just like a gun, don't it? The explosion of the balloon was very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting nitrogen gas inside it. No. Hold up. Go to the This is extraordinary. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge. Of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would cause a real panic. With the big explosion, eh? There was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection.
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Neapolitan friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... Wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage being up into the sky after all? What? Goodness me. No, I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. Did you hear that correctly, Counselor? There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On the stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the sky crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. This, I quote.
Objection.
This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic. Both Mr. Jones and I said the experiment was a scientific impossibility, in which case this is the only way to explain what happened that day. In any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. The instantaneous kinesis didn't take place. How do you explain that? If I may put in a word, as a matter of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can even be explained by a simple deception. Juror number 3. All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Osmond, and having this other man appear on stage in front of the show as a body double. Yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Osmond must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start. The balloon would have been filled with hydrogen, and having hidden inside, it would have been scattered to the floor when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Necessary, the special force of the balloon gas would be very much dependent upon the mixture of extra. Juror number 4. Oh shit, we're getting help from the jurors. Holy shit. The balloons are very filled with pure hydrogen, but mixture of other gases such as helium as well. It on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio. Obviously, but the body would have suffered some burns and be unavoidable. But not to an extent as it rendered this whole obscene charade impossible. So everything that happened can be explained logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred.
Goodness me. And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Osmond, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Seeks can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrain is a suspect now. It's gonna be Harebrain. He's gonna interrupt. Yep, there he is. Oh my god.
Mr. Hunter, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Professor? I know! Shut up! Shut up! This isn't your fault! It's clearly whoever was the engineer dude. He's involved in this.
Well, you cannot stop now. But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please.
Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrain?
I, Albert Harebrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr.
Oh my god! Oh my god! He would rather be convicted of murder and killed than give up the fact that his hypothesis is wrong! This is not a man of science! This is insanity! I know, we're done! That's it! Game over! We freaking lose! Right? It's like, I can't defend this dude. He was insane!
Yes, it was me, but my faithful friend and partner, Andrew, the scribe.
What? What are you doing? Exactly, I'm leaving. Bye, yeah. I don't understand the Professor Harebrain, what are you talking about?
It's what I said all along. I asked to predict my hypothesis in my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an upper break. But where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but it would be all over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare, and dignity of it.
Okay, but... Yeah, he should be played stupid, right? And Mr. Harebrain, I think your machine was made on purposefully faulty. As in, maybe it wasn't actually made to your exact specifications. Because you aren't the engineer who put it together. Oh my god. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me... Yes.
I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please. Ensure special suspension for scientific equipment is adhered to and protect by creation.
You fucking moron. May I forgive this courtesy of filling my hollow chalice with this critical juncture. And Harebrain is convicted. Thanks, Burke. Right? It's like, thanks, buddy, old pal. Thanks, college buddy. Like, no. 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 Here's to my learning Japanese friend. What? In his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Did you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, special dispensation, present a requested act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. Prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any charge in investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Oh my gosh. Oh, counsel, what is the difference? Official opinion on this one? Ugh. What Professor Hairbrain, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. Is talking your trade, my lord friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Neopanese mind?
Mr. Naruto.
There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. Oh my gosh. You know what? Just like science, we have to stick with the truth, dude. We have to stick with the truth of things. I'm not gonna give up. It's an impossible one. I have to give up on something, but what? Defense asserts the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... It's not actually, it didn't work. No, I can't say it. My client places faith in me. I just can't let him down. What must I give up on? Is the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? What? What? Naruto, are you hallucinating? Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh my god! Hello again, Miss Naruto. It's been far too long. Suzato-san? But, what? Yeah! Okay, maybe he's not hallucinating, he just got flipped. My first Suzato takedown in 6 months! Now it means time to talk later, Mr. Naruto. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Just working out what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Hairbrain!
Yes.
Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Yeah, here we go. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too.
Yes. Of course.
And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Yeet. So, you finally opened your eyes. What? As for you, Albert, can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, would you have something to say? Lord Van Zeeks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before.
In truth, there is one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance.
What?
On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. The man holding that crossbow.
Holy shit! He saw the man with the crossbow! I beg your pardon? Shit, boy! Professor! Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like?
Taller than me, and thin, thinner than me. With straight hair, straighter, and whiter than mine. I see. One less lens than mine, than me too. A monocle. Very stylish. Black monocle.
Black monocle. Black monocle. No one in our thing here. Yeah, I'm like thinking it has maybe one of our jurors. I don't remember which one had a monocle. And white hair? Tall?
One thing in particular I hope to positively identify the man. See, I know very well. After all, he's the engineer of the building engine. Yep. I knew it.
What? I knew it. He built the machine.
That's right. That's right. To me a year ago. He's a man by the name of
Enoch Drebber. Drebber? Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber? Oh, they know him. This is not mean something. Others are already blessed. That's an name any soldiers which the man sent a engine. That's a name any conjurer which they hear either. Who on earth is he? For this is the first time of this nature I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but trickery in the art. Listening, the rascal is after the government sees its grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them assaulting these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. Yeah, but I don't think that's him. I'm both the engineer and a magician, yes, but there was an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you. So we gotta find this guy. But he said the guy has like white hair. It said whiter than mine. So he has like white hair. Because he has blonde hair, so.
So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion.
Concerning what we've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely.
Even though no one else believes it, I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted.
Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume.
I know if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that it was following nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, and everything I worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect.
So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built? And the true nature of Mr. Drebber?
I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it.
It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Miss Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money.
mentioned the crowns that day was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials exactly the way Trevor had described. And the smoke suddenly started billowing out. I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. I really don't know how the whole mission was made to work. I don't know anything anymore.
Oh man. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Disposition for Scientific Equipment?
Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry.
It appears that we shall have to submit proceedings for the remainder for the death now. Forensics. My lord. Ord has really been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is of critical. Yes, Mr. Draper. Gather information about the man. I should let him serve with a subpoena. With the pleasure, my lord. Now, that's for the advice. Yes, my lord. And we will reconvene. I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone. Evidence. But the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he present. They stand accused. I understand. Good. In that case, scores will join until tomorrow morning. Oh, shit, boy. Okay, should we save for tonight and leave it for there? Yeah. I know, Susato! I'm so glad Susato's back! Oh my gosh! She gave me a bit of a heart attack. I'm like, oh my god! Sato! Where did you come from? Girl! She's back! And we were not having a... we were not just saying things. It was actually her. She gave us a Susato. Susato flipped us. Oh my god. I can't. It's crazy. It's crazy. I was so happy. Oh my gosh. I'm so excited. Wondering why exactly she's back. What's going on? Very curious. Very curious indeed. Oh, I'm just dreaming, says Naruto, before he gets the takedown, right? Yes. Absolutely. Oh, I'm excited for more. So much more to know and learn about what's going on. So, man, the whole, overarching, overarching kind of mystery going on. It's so interesting. I'm really excited to figure out what is going on. It's gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be wonderful. Wonderful indeed. Yeah. Any parting words? I want to know why Van Zieks became a miserable Maple. Yeah, that's a good point. I want to know who the freaking hell his apprentices, the mystery masked man who doesn't speak. It's like, hello? Mystery man? Who are you? It is going to be hilarious if it is Sholmes. If that mystery masked man is Sholmes, that would be hilarious. That would, like, actually just, like, kill me. I don't think it's Strongheart. He looks too small. The guy looks too, like, thin. Strongheart's, like, you know, really broad shoulders. He has a different face. His face looks different. Like, hold on. Like, Strongheart, he's got a beard, too. He can't just, like, have a beard and then not have a beard that quickly. I don't know. This guy's spooky. Yeah, he doesn't look anything like Strongheart. He does have, like, the kind of, like, creepy, like, the eyes, but I don't think it's him. Curious who he is. Who could he be? I got some things going in my brain. I'm like, who could this guy be? Because he looks fairly young. So somewhere between, you know, like Sholmes, although he 34 is arguably not that young, but his face looks very young. Compared to like Strongheart, which he does have some age lines on him. Some like bit of like sort of wrinkles and stuff on him. Or like this guy, he kind of has some, you know, wrinkles like right in the creases of his eyes and stuff. Dun dun dun. I don't know. I was also thinking that if for somehow he is related to the Von Karma family, like the evil prosecutor from the very first game of Ace Attorney. Because I'm trying to think of like time period wise, I don't think it's him, but I'm like, it would be like Von Karma's father, maybe. Like, hold on, let's see here. I'm looking up time. Wait, hold on. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles time period? Near the end of the 19th century, the dawn of the 20th century. Okay. So yeah, maybe the father of the... my things everywhere. Of, Karma. Ace Attorney. Manfred von Karma. What's his name? Maybe his actually grandfather? I don't know. That's just a thing I'm throwing out there. I'm not sure. Not sure. But I was just like thinking like, oh, maybe he is sort of the connection to the games that then take place in the future kind of thing. I don't know. I don't know. I like this kid. He was funny. He's 11 years old. Even with an excessively long name. He doesn't even have Master Got as his thing. It's just Bohemian Boy. Rude. He has his name. Rude. What is listed? 18. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Lots of things. Lots of things. Anything else you can think of, Mr. Scott? No? Okay. Well then, let's finish up for the night. What do you say? What do you say? Yeah, let's mood. I'm also kind of tired. Yeah. Let's exit the game. Save, I guess. Maybe saved, but I'll over save again. Okay. Alright. Well, we shall find out more about what this case has involved with us. We know we have enough evidence to basically prove that the accused was just plain not involved in the scheme. Yeah, hopefully he doesn't do that anymore, because we kind of, like, already was like, this not... Yeah, I don't know. Well, now that the cat's kind of out of the bag, maybe he's gonna step off. I don't know. Maybe. Anyway, see ya. Good night, man. Alright, and that's gonna be it for the night. Tune in next week to find out more in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Have a good night. See you. And bye 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 bye.